I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Friday edition of the stream. Today, we're going to be doing some more work on Insignia's Chapter 1 demo. I have too much interest from too many publishers to not be working on this as the primary objective, at least for the rest of this week, i.e. today. So yeah, it's been a busy couple of days for me. I've been working very hard on the archaeology project, trying to get that out the door. I had the clients come in and take a look at it at the office yesterday. And they were pretty happy with where it's at. We're pretty much done, pretty much feature complete. There's not much left except a couple of bugs. And then they're gonna do the install next month. So for me, it's really important that I'm sort of focusing. I had a chat. I've been having some chats with some publishers during this week and also with a potential producer who might help me out with the project in the coming weeks and months. We're just figuring out how that's gonna best work. I'm feeling very good. This feels like a depressurization week. So maybe next week we'll have a lot of energy and time and focus for just getting the work done. Hey, Mikachoket. Welcome. Thank you so much for the 5-stream streak. You're here. Good to see you. All right. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat right now. On both Twitch and on YouTube, and a big thanks to In the Namespace for the most recent follow, getting pretty close to 50k there, and most recent subscriber, Coach Ripkins. Welcome. Okay, so all that's left to do is focus today on demo stuff, and by focus I mean Pomodoro. So we're gonna basically try to get I think we can do all of this, close all that. The goal for today is get as far into the Chapter 1 demo stuff as possible. Just make as big of a dent as possible. So, here's my Insignia demo task list. There's a bunch of stuff at the top of this list, above the white line, that's like definitely necessary. And so all we have to really do is just focus on that. We can build out a few extra stuff in addition to that, but we'll see how we go. So this was there we go. That's not even really, my lunch was about 10 minutes. Cool. Okay, so let's just jump like literally straight into it. I want to be updating the level design to allow the player to return to the Athenaeum. That is like the most important task right now. I totally agree with myself there on that one. And we are going to have a quick think about what that involves, because it's not one task, it's a bunch of tasks. Okay. So, right now, you can learn all 3 abilities. We validated that last week, which is really sick that we can get that far. Let's close this and reopen Scene Graph so that things don't break. Cool. Shape these up a little bit. Better. Maybe a little bit more like, yep, perfect. Okay, so we can get through all of this stuff. And then after that, there's this issue of like, okay, there needs to be essentially a story wrinkle. So let me like write it down for you all and we can figure this out. Let's create a Pomodoro out of this task. So this is the rationalize story for story ending for new demo. Okay, let's start it off. This should take about 25 minutes, maybe even less. Okay, so this is basically what is happening right now. We can do it here in this design doc because we're kind of already there. Well, yeah, midway through this task last time I was streaming. So move abandoned forge to the scene above / merge the two just simpler. Yeah, okay, sure. Boss fight needs to happen on the bridge. Make the Hugo cutscene happen. Okay, so the big challenge right now is that, let's write it down. So, we have a requirement, or just like, yeah, requirements. So on the gameplay side, it's worth, oh my God, it's worth having one more level where we do a bunch of platforming using all 3 abilities the player just learned. First thing is really important. Keep the gameplay pacing tight. No more backtracking necessary after the 3rd ensign. Okay. Not too complicated path back to the Athenium. Okay. On the story side, we want to focus on building tension, reminding the player of the characters they met in Orenstead, have a story, have like a fight, like a mini boss fight moment where tensions boil over. We want to ensure that everything stays consistent and leads the player emotionally and logically back to the Athenium, close the loop on the sword, ensign stuff. Okay. Bold that. These things, the challenge is that oh my gosh. The challenge on the gameplay side is that we're already high up in elevation and near the Athenium bridge. And the challenge requires us going up the bridge, up the chasm from the bottom. So, proposals. 1. Option A is have the Hunden and Martin cutscene. Throw Armin literally down the chasm where he has to climb back up. It's pretty natural. Hey Voidplane, how's it going? Have the boss fight happen down the bottom. Separate proposal. Nah, doesn't work. What's up, Ed? All right. I think I already answered the question. I think the answer is this one. It's dramatic. I don't know how we're going to do it, but I think we need a moment where typically what would happen in so the proposal is, let me visualize the whole thing for you. Okay. Right now in chapter 1, full recap of the story. 3, 2, 1, go. So in chapter 1, Armin starts at home. He goes across to Orenstead, and there he helps out some people around the town, ends up chasing a dog down a well, finds this old man in this strange, forgotten kind of area. On the way chasing the dog, the old man drops a sword. He takes the sword, goes home. On the next day, it's his responsibility to start his job as an apprentice. The first stop on that journey is to go to this Athenian place up here to go get a book from his that his dad would have left for him. He does that quite easily, but then when he gets there, he's alerted to the fact the sword that he's carrying from that old man is incredibly powerful and exactly the kind of thing he was supposed to be learning to make, but should never be produced. He should have the skills to make this thing, but it should never exist. It's kind of like a nuclear bomb. So he's walked in with the PhD thesis / nuclear bomb, and he hasn't even started the undergrad. So now it's like we have to go find the old man to see where he got the sword from. Maybe he would have some the only person who knows how to make this sword is Armin's father. So how does that old man have anything to do with Armin's father? What's happening? So we go down there. Instead of meeting the old man who's gone, we are introduced to the magical kind of forces behind this weapon, the ensigns. We see all of them burst out over the world, and 3 remain in the region. Armin is teleported to these crucible chambers where he learns abilities that essentially help rebuild the sword's former power. This is, although he doesn't know it, this is his curriculum. This is what would be in the journal. So he's going around to different places around the map. We learn 3 abilities, and before he had left the Athenaeum, basically Harriet, who runs the place, gives him a mission to come back when you're ready, basically. Go find out about this sword, come back when you're ready. By the 3rd crucible, he's now ready. And what we want gameplay-wise is for him to prove it, right? We want him to be able to get up some gameplay challenge that would be impossible to the player when they first came through here, but that now that they can kind of just do with ease, or can be challenged to do. At the same time, so previously that's what this was. This was designed for the player to start down here and make their way up. At this point in the way that I've written the story right now, because of some edits that we've made, we're going to end up here, and our destination is here. So we're really very close to being able to cross to the Athenaeum from where we already got the 3rd ability, which means we don't have to come up this chasm unless the bridge is out. If the bridge is out, then we have to come up. But I want this to be dramatic. So there is a threat of an invasion from this foreign nation, and they are like this race of dogmen. Basically, none of that's supposed to be known to the player or the protagonist, but I'd like to set up some foreshadowing. I'd like to set up some conflict. So the player I'm proposing that we put some cutscenes together where the player, not the game, not Armin, not the character, but us, we see the Hunden and the Martin, these other enemies that live in the area, working together to kind of undermine what Armin is doing. The proposal I'm making is that as Armin's crossing this bridge, there's a trap that gets laid for him where the bridge kind of breaks apart and Armin is kind of, falls into the chasm. Maybe he goes like bump, 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 bump down to the bottom. And basically like shakes his fist. Now I got to get back up there, and goes back to the top. Basically, that's the proposal. And when we get to the top, we fight the Hunden. So the proposal is to do it all like that. Previously, the boss fight we were talking about that would be taking place up here takes place down here. So there could be a lot of stuff we just do down here, but I'm actually considering removing this part of the level and replacing it with this one anyway. So that won't even be there anymore. Well, in that case, we could say the boss fight could happen here where we got the sword. There's just like a few loose ends that all need to come together, and it'd be nice if they came together at once. The rising tension in the world, but there's like enemies coming about and gathering, the need to know where the sword came from, and the fact that other people recognize that it's powerful, that this is like growing sense that like Armin is in way over his head. That's important. Armin's tension with the people that he lives with, the people from Orenstead, the idea that like these are his neighbors and we don't know this yet, but they're all about to lose their home. It's about to be razed to the ground by those Hunden. So there's all this like stuff that I'd like to set up in as little time as possible. I'd like for it to like boil over in one moment here. So, yeah, I think all of that is okay. All that works. It's just a question of, do I think it's okay for him to have this moment where he falls down the chasm, or do I have him walk down there? He doesn't have to fall down. It's just super convenient for the player to have just finished here and go across and then get thrown down. The only other issue is there's kind of like two moments that are very similar, two like chasm moments. And I wonder if like this even deserves to be here anymore. I could just cut the whole thing. Like it doesn't have to be in the game at all. It could be optional. Maybe that's the answer. I did design this before I had this section. This is like a dungeon section, which requires a lot of platforming. So I would prefer for the dungeon to have more focus and this chasm area to have less focus. I just think cutting it is harsh. We could place this chasm here, the bridge. We could have the bridge be there. And we could place this challenge. Hey, Ed Conky, I did. I've been working on some artwork for the villains in the game. And I've been working on Rekka. I'm really happy with how she's coming along. As an aside, I just wanted to like say something. Do you know what recently I did? I installed Macromedia Flash 8, like the original before Adobe bought it, Flash 8. And it just made me it was so frustrating to experience how good of a tool this is and how there's nothing like it. Like, check this out, right? Pressure sensitive vector. That's a vector line. It's pressure sensitive. I can click it. I can transform it, no problem. Rotate it, no issues. I can take it and cut it apart. I can treat it like it's made of vectors. Like I can take this thing here and then take this pen and literally treat this like it's a normal, like it's an actual like Bezier curve, you know? You can move the points and do all that stuff with it. It's crazy that you can do that, right? This is the old Flash. This is from like 2004. Isn't it crazy that you can just take, that this exists? Not just that, but check this out, right? I can do this and I can do this, no problem. I can take another color. Let's go new color. And we're gonna pick this color here, right? I can draw across it, no problem. Break that apart, super easy to do. But what I can also do is pick these really cool brush modes where I can do like Unity, like Ace Sprite's shade brush. You can do the same thing here. So paint inside, look at that. You can just paint inside of a shape. Or I can do behind. So say like I've got a character. I can't remember what the dropper is. What is this? This is S. So say I have like some artworking and I don't really like, maybe I like screwed up a little bit. I have like a little bit of a gap here and I want to paint inside of this. I can do paint behind. And so without breaking any of the stuff that I've worked on, I can draw inside of the shape. Even if it's a different color. So I could take like a new color and I can paint inside of this without breaking the black. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that so cool? Why doesn't this exist anywhere else? Like, these are good. These are good features. Like for a drawing tool, you know, I could like take, this is also traced. You can do tracing really, really well. I could like take this color here, paint behind. Okay, just do that. Go K, paint that in there. No problem. Like that's good. I don't know any vector tools that let you work that way. No layers. That's a cool feature. This is from 2004, you guys. Like what? Oh, you could do layers. You can do them. I'm saying you don't need to do them. They exist in the tool set. I'm pretty sure. Oh yeah, there's your timeline. The layers just go here. So what I'm saying is, what the hell are we doing? Why are these tools better than the tools that we actually have? You know? Like it's not hard to all I need, I really genuinely think that like it's time, one day when I have a bit more time, I'm going to come back here and I'm going to write a graphics editor that just has all of these features. I just want this as Leonardo. Like I want this, literally, you give me this plus the canvas where I can zoom in and out like this. Right? That's all I want. I want this, but vector. I would be satisfied forever. I wouldn't need another drawing tool in the world if that existed. Unfortunately, the zoom tool's not very good in Flash. And there are a bunch of other things that aren't great. But like, so good. And also like, you guys don't even like, half of this stuff is like so good. There's this button here you can do. Modify shape. Smooth. In fact, it's here. You just press this button over and over again. And it will simplify the vector representation of the shape. So it'll like remove key points along the vector to make it more simplified. So if you've hand drawn something, you can like, it's actually good. It's actually so good. Why? Like if I wanted to like fix this, I could do that. And then I could take all of this and then go, okay, simplify it. You know, if I want it to be like straight lines like that. It's not like the best tool, but it's good. It's like a good little feature, you know? Maybe like this, I'd say, okay, take that and simplify it, please. There you go. That's good. That's what I would have wanted. Why don't we have that? Why does that not exist? Oh, you want to erase? Let's erase inside. So I'm only erasing one color. Oh, you want to clean up this line here? Let's grab all that and just smooth that whole thing over. Too many jagged edges maybe. Oh, I've got the erase inside still. Set to normal. If I just had like the keyboard shortcuts that I want, you know? Oh, I would be lightning through this thing. I'd be smashing it. Okay, try that again. Beautiful. You know? Like, why doesn't this exist anywhere? Where is this? I'm confused about like, where did the person who made this, where did they go after this? Like, what did they do after? Because this exists. Adobe didn't invent that, right? I was like doing some Googling. I know we don't have that much time left. So like Macromedia Flash. I was looking for the source code if I could get it. So it started, I think, originally as something called like, it's like a CAD drawing tool. I think Macromedia didn't develop it from scratch, or they became a company after they first created it. I think it was called Sketch something. I can't remember. Macromedia acquired Future Wave software, makers of Future Splash. That feature might have existed since Future Splash. It's crazy. You look at it. Look, there's the simplify tool for vectors right there. This is like Windows friggin' 98. That's the button that I just used. I'd love to download this and see if it's actually the same. The thing is, I'm not seeing anyone use the pencil tool yet. I want to see if they have the pressure sensitivity. If they have it in 1997 or whatever it is, that's actually crazy. Also, like, this works with like current Wacom drivers. Like, what? How did Macromedia Flash 8 get to the point where they could do this and do that? What? Huh? The only problem with this is it's very hard to export to a current file. There's no like SVG export. You have to export as like an Adobe Illustrator file and then convert that to an SVG or something like that. There's no easy way to get it out of here in vector form. You can do it as PNG, but that's not what you want, obviously. It's doable. I've done it. It's just like, you got to jump. Yeah, maybe. I've got Omachi installed. I'm using Omachi. All right. So let's, we've agreed, I think, on the idea that this needs to happen this way. It is Flash. Flash is king, man. Old Flash, pre-Adobe Flash. Insane. Actually amazing software. I just can't believe like that vector. It's the idea of like vector inking that does not exist. Like, I don't think Krita can do it. I don't think anyone has built this thing since then. And it's so good. I don't understand. Like, new vector layer. Is there a vector ink in this? Can I like... So, okay, the brush tool cannot paint on this layer. Okay, how do I do vector brush? I don't think there is one. Like, this is not... If I look at this as a piece of... Yeah, this is not that. This is a single vector line plus thickness. This is like SWF. Not SWF. Sign distance field. SDF. This is some SDF stuff. That's not that other stuff. You can't like... I don't think you can take this and then warp the specific edge points like here, because it's just a stroke with width. There's freehand paths, but again, it's a path. It's not a shape. Oh, it's got aliasing once you get in because it's resolving the vector to bitmap, and that's fine. I'm okay with that because you could probably still export it. But I don't understand this idea of vector inking. To me, it's like, where else is this? Like, where does that exist? To me, it's intuitive, but I've never seen it since. And you know what? This is where the concept of I need to make sure I'm not Googling this incorrectly. Yeah. So as far as I understand, manga artists in Japan right now use this technique. I think this is the case, called like, it's okaki is just like drawing, but there's this thing that they do which genuinely I think like, I think I know why they do this. So if you open up Sprite, what they'll do is they will take a drawing and they'll draw it, maybe higher resolution than this, like they will draw a frame. Like if they're tracing a drawing, they'll trace it as a single line weight drawing. They'll draw the eyes and whatever, and they'll do this, and they're drawing it as shapes like this. The reason why they're drawing it this way is because it's easier to fill like that. It's easier to, if you've drawn everything as a single pixel weight, now the shapes are absolute shapes. They're not like aliased brush strokes. It's not like here where, you know, if I draw something with like a round brush, you don't have to deal with all of this, not all the noise, right? All the semi-transparency between things. You're just saying, hey, this is the shape and this is the region that I'm filling with this shape. Right? That's what I'm saying. Yeah, in anime, that's what they do. Like in manga and anime, they trace single color like it's not vector, but it can be operated on like it's vector because it's essentially 1-bit space on off. I don't understand why there's no, like, what are we doing if that's not literally the way that all this stuff works? Because in Flash, you can literally do that. Like all of those operations we were just looking at are possible because we're talking about a vector space that's literally, there's content here, there's not content here. It's just crazy to me. It's crazy. Like, huh? Why can't we just do... Why does this not all just exist? I don't know, man. I just like took a moment the other day and I was like, it just astounded me when I was looking at this stuff, like how far we've kind of fallen from just like a good graphics editor software. Like, and they all cost so much money. I mean, there's Krita, this stuff exists, but like not in the vector space. And the answer is not Adobe. That's not the answer. And there's a ton of like Flash content that was made very efficiently. Really good, you know, like all of Egoraptor's stuff. This like, you know, it was like animated cartoons that were hand drawn in a vector software. Everything on Newgrounds was produced. We had like a whole indie animation scene that just died. And I guess there's like, I know you can do like Toon Boom and all that stuff, but like Flash was all of that, you know? You could do all of it. Nowadays, I think it might be Blender, might be the closest thing you can do with some of this stuff. I think Grease Pencil and Blender is kind of like the new way of thinking about all this stuff. And because it's 3D as well, there's like that extra incentive. You could do a lot of like post-processing and like a lot of extra effects if you just hand draw everything in Blender. And then you've got the rest of the suite behind it for compositing. I just like, for design, like why I just want like a vector asset. I want to create a vector asset. How do I do that? And I think Leonardo is genuinely the best canvas I've ever used as a bitmap editor, but it doesn't let me transfer into the vector space comfortably. Even though this was done with an ink brush, right? Ink is basically like full color. It still aliases everything. I wonder if I could turn that off. Even so, you can't really smooth. When you get down to it, you try to smooth pixels. It's still going to get a little bit upset about the fact that this is stair-stepped. It's not vector. You know what I mean? It's no matter what you do. But it might be nice to think about it that way. I wonder if there is an option for it. Like, can I turn off the aliasing completely? I've never thought about it. I don't think it'll let me. I don't think so. It's just like there's a whole workflow for like molding shapes that like I'm used to, that I picked up during the Flash days, that I use it in pixel art. That's why I do pixel art, because you can still treat graphics that way in pixel art, right? I can still take a color and mold a shape out of the color. I learned this technique from Flash. Well, Affinity is free now, so I don't know. I will have to check it out. Have you thought about allowing the player to add markers to the map? It's a future feature that I'm considering, yeah. Yes. They announced that Affinity would be free. Because Canva acquired it. We could try it out. But that's like single stroke vector. I don't think it's, not really. Nah, that's not what I mean. I genuinely think like, I'm of the opinion now, until I can see proof otherwise, I genuinely think some wizard at like Macromedia or whatever it was, FlashForge or whatever, some genius figured out all these operations, put them into Macromedia Flash, and nobody else has like taken the time to think about vector operations that way since then. Like literally nobody has done it. I believe that. I don't know like how it didn't become an industry standard. I just know that I want this software to exist. I would be happy to like support a free and open source canvas that was designed a certain way. I might even make a YouTube video about this just to complain about it. It blows my mind that like nothing else does this. I'll take a break, be right back. I'm just going to turn on the aircon. Sorry, Swiss. I want to complain. I need something to confidently make a video about. All right. So the question I was trying to answer was, does this go here? I think the answer might be yes. Oh, let's think about it for a second. I've got some ideas. There's a little bit of a possibility here that I haven't thought about that might answer all of our little things here. Okay. So if this was here, then what do you get? You get a bridge. Underneath the bridge, you have the third ensign. The bridge becomes unable to be crossed. We could put this halfway up that. The thing is, I've already designed a space. The space below this kind of serves that function of the how do we get up to here. But let's just say now these were merged. So, hey, Els Dragoon, welcome. How's it going? So once we get here, I'm doing very well. American accent, says Sergeant Pepper. So you guys are, you're looking to hear an American accent. Sure. I mean, look, it's been a little while since we did this, and it's going to take me a few minutes to get into it because it's, you know, I don't really work with Americans, you know, each day. But for sure, I mean, we can figure something out. Okay. It's northern, but it does check out. I mean, we can like, look, we can put on like a more like southern, you know, Californian spin on it, or we can go like way further south if that's what you're looking to hear. you know, we can for sure take that entire thing and push it way down south. Y'all are you're expecting too much from me, the Australian, coming up here. You're asking for black magic here, really. So, Ayatri wants you're looking for a clinker, and you're wanting it to be pink. So, I'm gonna go ahead and buy that, and it is pink. You got it. Congratulations, sir. You're the winner of our latest Easter egg in the game. Mighty fine. Mighty fine indeed. Let me go ahead and go ahead and get that set up for you. Clankers. That's what we call them. Your clanker reward will be a tree. Did we not have you in here at all? Not even a little bit? Sure. So let's get you up in here, a tree. And you can go ahead and tell me what it is you want in the game a little later, or whenever you want. And then look up here, we've got Eyes has redeemed the new accent as well, and that's Boston. I'm going to be completely honest with you. I don't really know personally how to do like a perfect Boston accent. But, you know, there's something in there that we can kind of work with. Maybe we can, you know, try to figure something out. Sure. The car keys. You got to get out of your car and give me the... I don't want to... The thing is, I want to say the F word because that's like... That's how, you know, that's how it happens. That's the anchor word. In my brain, the F word is the anchor word for the Boston accent, but I can't say it on stream because, you know, this is a family-friendly stream. You know, this is what it is we're looking to hear when we're here. Yeah, I feel like it's a little New Jersey, you know? I feel like it's a little bit New York. But, you know, if you throw over that more like up here, maybe that's more Boston. Throw it over. There's something in the Northeast for sure. Sure. Yeah, it's not Irish enough. Okay? All right. There's your American accents. Thank you all for participating in this little experiment. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. And that's all you're going to get.
That right there was your tour of the American accent landscape.
There's this guy who on TikTok that I really like, and he does like Southern grandpa talking to you, POV, you are the grandson of a Southern grandpa.
And he's like, "Hey there, Junior, my little buddy. It's great hanging out with you."
It's like being hugged by Hulk Hogan.
Little buddy, I love going fishing with you. Let me tell you about the time I met your grandma, your meemaw.
Hey, Game Station, congrats. Right. So, I got to get some stuff done today. I know it's Friday, we're getting a little loopy, but if we can't be productive, we're gonna lose opportunity. Things are gonna get lost by the wayside. So, The concept that we are playing with right now is, yeah, you rated me in the future. Australians live in the future. So, okay, there's this stuff here. Third ensign, that's great. Under the bridge is cool. The challenge is going to be, how do we get... You know what? It's so obvious. It's so goddamn obvious. This bridge needs to be left in a position where you can't cross it unless you have the powers. It just needs to be retracted enough that you need to have the charge ability to get across it. Done. The end. That's just it. That's just where it has to be. You put the enemy that gives you the charge ability like here. You put the enemy that lets you like climb up this things over here. You put one more thing over here so they can get up here, and then you charge across the end. You just need to do that. And yeah, you just got to Metroidvania it. I think that's fine. I also think that like most of that can be done within this space here. I think that's already how I've got this set up. So if I just put the thing here, cut this bottom off, that's basically what the thing needs to be. This needs to get opened out. I think maybe we have our early run-in with the Martin the first time we cross. So yeah, I've got it. The cutscene is bridge is here, bridge is fine. We needed to create a little bit of tension here. Bridge is here, bridge is fine. Armin is crossing the bridge. And he gets ambushed by our Martin little guys. I can't draw them quickly. Whatever. They got their little knives out. He's accosted by them. There's an order, retract the bridge, blah, blah, blah. They fight here a little bit. Armin ends up having to roll to this side of the bridge as they retract it. This guy falls down. And then we're on this side now. And now at the end of the cutscene, the bridge is too far. It's a bridge too far. And that's what the quest is going to be called. A bridge too far. Armin is standing here. Oh my gosh. What the heck was that? How am I going to get back across now? I guess we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Chuckles to himself. Heads off to the Athenium. Quest begins. A bridge too far. Ba-da-da-dum. Done. Okay. Okay. Does that work? Does that solve everything? Yes. 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 Yep. The mini boss fight moment might be a little difficult. Where do we fight the Hunden in this context? No, it has to be a Hunden on the bridge. That's what I want. Which means when you get back up to the top, this reconnects. Maybe like once you're there, it kind of like pulls you back. and then he steps into frame, the guy who's controlling the bridge, and then you have to fight him, or maybe there's a... It doesn't quite work. Because in the game, up until this point, in the current cutscene, Armin stumbles into a fight between the Hunden and one of the people from the village that Armin has been stalking Armin all this time. And that fight can't, logistically, the fight can't be happening on this side of the bridge. Because how did he get across the bridge? So it has to be a fight that's happening on this side of the bridge, which right now you can't really stage a fight with this archway in the middle. You have to stage the fight front and center on the bridge. Hey, Mustachio Game Dev. Things are going well. So maybe I still want the moment where you cross. The moment of charging across the bridge is super valuable. That's like super important. That's just how I would do it. But you can't have that moment and Armin stumbling into this fight happening at the same time. That just doesn't work. Let's have a look. Let's have a think. I'm just going to think about it a bit more. There are some problems. I think it would be cool if the only other place I would put it is when we return to this space. There's a confrontation. Like at the bottom. He could snap. He could steal the gear or snap it or break it so that you can't fix it. The logistics of this bridge are really complicated. Maybe the handle gets dropped down. And so when you come from the bottom, you find the handle. But you can't... Maybe the switch to repair the bridge is here. But then why would he snap the handle off, leaving the bridge in the open position? That doesn't make any sense. I think there has to be a moment like here, maybe. In my mind, it's like someone who's controlling the bridge needs to be either on this side or that side. It makes sense for it to be this side, but the pathway then to be able to go up and down through here needs to be blocked off by the time Armin is trying to get back across. Like maybe there was a path there, but then it breaks down, or like it gets crumbled in, or they fill it, they pack it with stuff that you can't get in. Nonetheless, Oh, I'm so close. I'm so close here. The bridge could be before this space. We could put the bridge like right here. That's kind of what I'm proposing. But then we could have like the space where the fight takes place. I mean, maybe it could be here. Maybe it's right up here. We just put the fight here. Yeah, that works. We'll put the fight at the doorstep. Makes it easy. Okay, I think I've solved it. That means every scene has a purpose, and it means we don't have this extra space from here to there. We delete this. We can convert this part here into this space here. Cut off the bottom. Okay. Dude, I keep thinking that I can lift my chair up and the pneumatic tube has gone. So now it's just like a chair that's really low. I can't like lean in to my work without being like short at my desk. All right. So let's put that in the task list. Hey, Kenji's mods. Streaming and contract work. Grant funding as well. Those are the three big ones. Streaming, YouTube, they make up a fair bit of my revenue. Contract work helps. And yeah, grants are the last bit. So, merge the bridge, crucible, and post. What's this called? This is the watchtower scenes. So these three scenes are going to become one scene. The only question then, the other knock-on effect is, what happens to this thing, this moment? Could this be separate from this? Could this be put here? Do I only stream on Twitch? I stream on Twitch and YouTube, but Twitch, my revenue is pretty good from Twitch. I mean, who did you hear it from? How many viewers do they have on average? It's not the only, it's not my, like I said, it's not my only revenue stream, but it's the only place where I make money from streaming. Like YouTube, I don't get much. But I get like, you know, up to like $1,000 a month on Twitch, which is not a lot of money, but like I said, I've got other revenue. If you just try to be a streamer, it's not super sustainable unless you're at like 1,000 viewers average. But we do okay. You can take sponsorships too. That helps. This is just ad revenue, what I'm talking about. Okay. So let me just think for a second. Could I put this here? I still feel like I want there to be... I still feel like the level deserves to be bigger than this. Like the game deserves to be bigger. I think I'm... Yeah, but Asmongold makes like millions of dollars a year on Twitch subs. Like, I don't know who... These people are not like... They're not going hungry. You know what I mean? Are we... Like, Asmongold would be rich. It's just sub money. He would have like thousands of subs a month. Each of those subs gives him like, at least in Australia, it'd be like $2.50 Australian dollars, or like $3 or $4 Australian. For him, maybe like, yeah, $3 US from every sub. And he'd have like thousands of subs. He'd be making like $40,000 a month, something like that. Minimum, I would guess. I don't know how many subs he has right now. Yeah, I mean, I would be guessing it would be tens of thousands of subs. So like hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. I don't think at a certain scale, the ads versus the subs is like irrelevant. They're making so much money that it's not even worth talking about, which is making more. I personally, I've heard people complain about bots, that they lost a bunch of viewership because the bots got deleted. I haven't really experienced that. I didn't experience the adpocalypse. Like for me, I think because we're in like a very small corner of YouTube, of Twitch, where like everyone who's here is a real human being. And if I play an ad, you guys are watching the ads. Like, I'm just not, I don't know. It doesn't really bother me. It depends on what you're trying to do as well. Anyway, let's move on. So, I want there to be gameplay that you can experience off shooting from these scenes. Maybe that's what it is, more Z-sides, which I have here. Yeah, I think we can do that. Okay. Well, here we go, re-rationalizing the levels again. So this is going there, this is going there. This gets the bottom cut off. This is the same. It's the same, I just take this level. Yeah, okay. What's faster? What's easier? Taking the bridge and putting it here, or taking this and putting it there? I think taking this and putting it there is easier. I'd like to keep this level as like an underscore old. All right, let's do a Pomodoro for this. Content controversialness does matter. It does. Because advertisers broker for screen time on specific kinds of channels that can meet criteria. So if your channel can't meet that criteria, you won't get as many ad mediations. I don't know if that's like the right way to explain that, but yes, I think that's the case, especially with YouTube. You're like CPM, CRM, I don't know what they call it, but the value of your channel minutes is different depending on the content you do on your channel. What's the downside of keeping the levels bigger and adding extra parts instead of cutting and replacing parts? So the two things that are in tension with each other a lot of the time as I'm working on the game are this. There's like length of main quest and then size of world. The problem is you always want the path of the main quest to be shorter. There are going to be people who don't want to explore in your game. They don't want to have to backtrack too much. So you want this to be shorter. But you want the total amount of space to be bigger. You're trying to maximize this and minimize this. Because you want people who like to explore to have lots of space to play around in. You want the game to feel like it's full. With the main quest, it's more like for people who are like, okay, I get it. I just want to like go to the next section of the game because I'm interested in the story. You don't want people who are excited about the story to have to trudge through a bunch of level design just because you put it there. That's correct. It's not to help, well, it's the player character, not the player. You know what I mean? It's like the player controller. Now, why won't you let me grab you? Oh, that's got a bunch of, what the heck? It's only got one scene link though. Why do we have like this many? Okay, that fixed it. Cool. We could even merge this with that. Then this kind of just goes away. Hey, thanks for the bits. Hello. Thank you. Well, that changes a lot, doesn't it? Oh, 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 that's much better. Everything like fully shuffles the level design around when you do that. Yeah, I really wanted this. That doesn't really make a lot of sense now, does it? We could put this here like that still. Still. Well, I don't want this to be visible on the map anyway. So I don't want to get caught doing what I'm doing right now, but I think this needs to now hook onto the other side. You know what? I made a mistake. This is gonna, me saving that level design isn't gonna change what I just did. Whoops. That's annoying. I'd need to duplicate this as well. Whoops. It's not fine. I need to undo. I need to save this as file, save as old, and then undo a bunch until we get back to the beginning. And then save it again, and then open it as the new one. And then update it. So the idea is like maybe this goes a little further down and we have like a doorway from here maybe. And we've got a bunch of doors that I don't need anymore. So this door, that's fine. This door goes. This door is fine. This door is okay, but it needs to be here. This forge goes here. Save that. Back out. I don't know what that door is. Actually, I do know what that door. That's the south door. This one goes. I don't mind it. I feel like we could keep it, but I'm not going to use it right now. Okay, which then means that we have this door here. I don't know why it's down there, but that's okay. This now goes to that directly, which means this can go there. This can go there. This is now next to it. This can go here. Take all this, shift it over. Could even shrink the left and right, or at least the right-hand side of this to make way for this. But in any case, that can now line up with that. This can now be directly beneath that. That can be there. This could be here. This could be here. We could attune this to have this door be on this side. That makes sense to me. This can now be wherever we want it, but I would put this like this, except that's interesting. I use Figma for a lot of it. So I like this being like this. That's cool. I like this being up to here. I don't know about this here anymore. Well, now at least it feels like we can do... Sorry, pals, I'm doing a lot of rationalization here. Now it feels like we could do this. I'm not sure about how these behave. This could be deeper, for sure. That's no problem. It's just this going to that I'm a little unsure about. It's such a long span that just feels a bit unwarranted to go whoop right across there. And then this gap here needs something, but it's not bad. Also, the idea that this should connect to this somehow would be nice. These two are not even in the game right now. Okay. So we extend this down, add some more gameplay. That's the play. That's the call. All right. We can make this taller. Happy to make more gameplay in this level. Or just bring it down to like here and then bring this down. Could even make this one taller if we want. Okay, but I don't think any of this isn't, what I'm doing right now is not work. What I'm doing right now is pushing. I'm just pushing, I'm just shifting things around. That's not production. So let's produce. Everything I'm doing right now should be in its own branch. It should be in chapter 1 edits. Let's see if that actually worked. Okay. So, a lot of work that needs to get done for this. The first thing is this needs a rewrite. No, I'm not. I'm in Sydney. Never been to Tasmania. People think game dev equals Melbourne, but no, I'm Sydney based. Sydney based? So, oh, this is so traumatizing to edit this. All right. It gets pretty hot. It's not as hot as Brisbane, but it's like between Brisbane and Melbourne, right? So the climate's kind of like in the middle. But I would say it's closer to Brisbane weather. Melbourne has this Antarctic thing about it where like it gets like a lot of wind and the weather shifts quite quickly. Sydney is more like the Gold Coast. It gets, it's hot a lot of the time. The weather's pretty stable. Melbourne is like hot, cold, hot, cold. Melbourne weather it tends to be a little gloomier. I think I prefer Sydney weather. All right. I think what I want to do is... This stuff is so hard to do well and efficiently. I need to be able to do it. I think are we already done with this? No. Oh boy. Okay. So it's almost like I want to throw in some temp things to make this work. It's like so much valuable effort. We don't bully you, Wollongong. You're like our little brother. Little baby Wollongong. You're like honorary Sydney Siders. All right. I need like, all of this stuff is super valuable. What I can do, I know what I can do. I can take the bridge sequence and I can remove the timeline temporarily. Now there's no timeline. So if I go to the bridge sequence here and then I remove, no, I need the, well, no, for this moment, it's better I don't have the timeline. It's better if it's just text. So it's better that we just have the dialogue playing out and then it just goes. Although what was happening just there? That should be no problem. You like my new features? I can press play here and it just plays the cutscene. Bing. The only problem is the cutscene doesn't end right now. What is a playable graph? A struct. Is that also a struct? Okay. And this is prepare timeline for next event. I think we just need to keep this as it is. And instead just remove the director. And that should work. But there's also probably a thing here where it's asking us to wait for director. Wait for the timeline to end. Not you. Oh, it is called A Bridge Too Far. I did add that. I already made that joke. More like a bridge too short. All right, cool. Well, that's good to know. Good to know my sense of humor is consistent. All right, so then I just, now all I have to do is just change the dialogue. which is fine because I can just export that to here, go here, make it like this, and there we go. This is much easier to edit. Okay, so instead it should be like, see, I had confrontation on the bridge previously. Learning code. Pick a task, like a project you want to create, a very, very like low barrier for entry topic, and just Google foo your way through it. Just like go, how do I do this? Oh, okay, I do this. Or how do I do this? Oh, okay. Otherwise, follow a tutorial on something like super basic. Like, let's build our first something. That way you'll be motivated to a finish line. You can feel good when you finish it, and you'll have someone guiding you along the way. So basically just don't try to read a textbook end to end. Instead, like, have something that's tangible that you're working towards. It can be super simple, but just has to be something. Sort of. Nobody, I mean, I haven't really gone that deep yet in terms of like special names for different people. Sort of. I've got stuff brewing. Like, dog is kind of rude for a Hundan. If you call a Hundan a dog, it's pretty rude. I don't know if they've got anything for human yet. I have to think about it. I think pinkies. No, attention is too military. These guys are like orcs. The way they all communicate, it's like orcs and goblins. troll toll. You have to pay the troll toll if you want to get that boy's soul. Maybe you don't fight them. I don't know what I want to say here. All right. I don't really want to... I kind of don't want him to get too curious. He's distracted. He's got to be on his way. No, it's not a side quest to fix the bridge. The whole point is that Armin's going to use the ensign ability so he gets later to cross it. Okay. I'm just going to say this like 5 times. It never keeps for some reason. It just never... I press save. I know save is supposed to do it. I need to look into why it doesn't always work. Okay. Yeah. Cool. So this plays. Bridge sequence has a box collider, and the box collider is where? There. And it plays on collision? Yes. So the idea is if we cross the bridge, right now, nothing. Bridge sequence, trigger, player detector. That's it. Maybe we have already done it. Martin bridge sequence flag. Demo part 1. Ridge. Nope. Nope. Okay. Why are you not playing? Does this turn off? A bunch of stuff turned off. If you have not done that and you have done that, that's not the case anymore. This happens now. Just there's, I guess if you, the only time this plays, all this stuff, is if you haven't done that and you have not done that. Or just if you haven't done that, really. Would your funding ever go towards a dedicated writer? I don't know if it would need to be a dedicated writer, probably not, but someone who could do writing who was already on the team. I'd be happy to give them that responsibility. Trigger on collision. Is it this? Nope. All right, well, let's investigate. Recompile. What is scene map? Oh, yeah. I need like a debug system to tell me exactly why something can't play. All of these little reasons should go into like a struct that's like, this is why you can't. I have to do this so often where I'm like, why isn't this working? Maybe we should build that right now. All right. Ugh. So, new Pomodoro. This is going to be a thing that create diagnostics for sequence players. So what I want is maybe underneath this thing is like 4 green lights that tell me if I'm allowed to play it. So, event sequence editor? No, sequence player editor. Okay, let's do it. Okay. Connections? No. It's in the playback module. Okay. Let's speed run this. Okay, we want to know draw lights for every criteria that we need to test to play the sequence. There we go. That was pretty quick. Okay. This Rose Day 1, if we play it, now we can't play it, but we can play that. We can't play that, we can't play that. But we need to know why we can't play it. So it's not just can play, it's the different criteria. So on sequence player, it's like this thing. What I want is these 4 things to be 1, 2, 3, 3 things. It'd be nice to put them in like a little struct. Has requirements, is banned. But I feel like this isn't a struct. It's, well, it can be a struct, but it's a struct that needs to get called every frame. We could do this. This technically should belong to an event sequence. No, it's on a player, isn't it? Okay. I think. I mean, I think curse is pretty good, but up to you. I'm flying, chat. I'm flying. Okay. I've never been typing this fast before. Um, Okay. I think we need 2 strings. No. This is how I want to do it. Oh, that's better. That's better than what I was going to do. Yeah. So, there we go. That's perfect. So this one's exhausted by safe art, so we can't play the first one again. We can play the second one because it has requirements and is not exhausted, but we can't play the third one because we don't have the requirements. Or the fourth one or the fifth one. So like this one, burnt. This one is ready. These two not ready yet. Good. That's amazing that we were just able to do that. Yay! The victory music. There it is. All right. Adds debug for West sequence player. It's just a website. It's just, I just typed in Pomodoro on Google and got the first thing. So it's Pomo Focus. When I've done a bit more work on the stream overlay, which I will do soon, I'm going to add a Pomodoro timer to it. The Unity one. Could even do that a bit later. So there's one more thing here, which is like standing in trigger. Oh, that's annoying. Hey, thanks for the follow. I don't know what to do about this. We could check to see if we're contained in the queue. That's another easy way to do it. It's an actual stack as well. There are comments in my code. Hey, C# boy, welcome. Not a lot of comments, but it's pretty human readable, my code. You know what I mean? Like, there's a school of thought, which I kind of agree with, which says your code should be legible. The code should comment itself. So for me, like, these booleans, those are named, these exist and are written in plain English so that I can read this like it's a sentence. Add has given flag or repeatable, not exhausted by save file, exhausted. Like, I know what that is. You know what I mean? Just by looking at it. I don't have to go, how does this work? Why you implemented something a certain way? I don't need to think that hard. I don't need to know. It's sort of like, if it works, then I don't need, like, the why is kind of like not my problem. And honestly, I do things in such a consistent, like me doing this, immediately I go, oh, okay. I did it this way because I don't want to create a new struct for it. This is just I think you just have to be open to being flexible with the version of you who wrote the thing. If you trust you writing it a certain way, then all you really need to do is know, like, what is the function name? What is the parameter I need? And what's the out? Like, what goes in, what comes out? You should be happy to think about something as a black box after you're finished with it. And if you do need to get in there and, like, figure out why, it shouldn't be that complicated that you can't understand it by looking at it. And if it is, then you add comments. Like, if it's so niche, the logic that you created to solve some problem, if it's so complex that, like, you really wouldn't be able to read it and understand what it meant, then yeah, that's when I add comments. I do that all the time. It's just that most of what I'm writing in this game is pretty self-explanatory. Like, there are comments here, but, you know, you can see when I'm doing it. It's not that I don't use them. It's just like the more experience you get, the more you just sort of understand intuitively what you were trying to do, why you would do it a certain way. It's not really like, you don't have to like scroll through every letter and understand what it means. You're just intuitively interpreting it. And it's not that I don't get tripped up, like it happens. So there's something that I'm not getting here, which is I need to know if so I don't have a thing that says, wait, what's I in this? That's interactable. Can interact. Current thing was not. There's a bunch of, so this is something from here. One of the challenges is that the sequence player, just coming back to the task, this thing has a bunch of things at different points in the interaction pipeline of the game that let it know if it's allowed to play a cutscene. That's just like how it works. And currently, those things are so disparate that I can't collect them all up into a bundle and show them to you. I can't be like, these are the reasons why this is going to play right now or isn't going to play. But I need to fix that. So I need to know, hey, for all of the things that could trigger this cutscene, where are they at right now? Like, for example, and I have a bunch of different things because I've had a bunch of different approaches. So like right now, Rose here, this green box is the trigger box. But the trigger box is not just a collider that sits on her game object. It's a collider that lives on a thing called NPC prompt interactable, which is owned by the player detector component. So the player detector has a box which lives on a thing called prompt, and the prompt is what gets passed into here, prompt interactable. So it knows, hey, I need to shout out to the game system that I'm ready to be interacted with. But that's not the thing that makes it run, because there could be multiple things that you're standing inside of. So instead, they all go to a different system and they go in a queue and say, hey, like, or a stack. Hey, player is standing inside of me right now. I go on the queue or the stack. And then as the player presses interact, it pops the things off the stack one by one for every time they press interact. Usually it's like cutscene and then like, oh, there's a chest here as well. If I press it again, the chest will open the next time. So right now that those things happen, this like the cutscene is not really aware of engine.push interaction. Yeah, it doesn't work that way. The sequence has no bearing on that. The sequence just gets told to go or not go, and the engine is the one that tells it. So if I go engine pop.trigger, this is the thing that happens. So like back at the sequence player, what happens is we are listening to each of our interactables. We could have many of them. I think we listen to their on interaction. Yeah, for each interactable, add listener, this on trigger D interaction. So we're adding trigger, D trigger, execute. And these are the functions on trigger. So this function gets called when the engine tells us it's time to go. On the interactable, this trigger gets called on the sequence player and it plays the sequence. But what we want to be able to do is just ask the trigger, hey, are your conditions being met to do that? Or we could ask if the engine has us inside. Same difference. That would probably be better. The only thing is, on collider, on trigger, enter 2D. This is like a separate thing which I shouldn't be using, but also exists. Some cutscenes just trigger on collision. So you don't need to go through the interaction queue system. You just trigger it when the player walks inside the box because it's like an interrupt cutscene. Yeah, all this stuff I just know because I wrote it like 7 years ago. You know what I mean? Like this is how it's like knowing which rooms in your house have what inside of them, you know? Shroll Pyro says, Mumbler says, as someone from an art background, did you have to full on focus on studying programming for a while, or did you just learn it as you made games? Well, I have an art background too. I was always tinkering with code. It's like drawing. It's like language. You don't just learn to program and then you know how to program. You know, you didn't become the artist you are today just learning it from a bunch of textbooks and then you knew how to do it. It's like a practice. It's like a constant thing that you're constantly getting better at and learning, and your experience guides you and da-da-da-da. It's like that. It's like, I mean, it's literally a language. So it's like being a good writer. Or like a good orator. Like there is speech. You do learn the language. You learn to speak. But like plenty of people know how to speak English and aren't good speakers. Plenty of people know how to write English and aren't good writers. So if it's just the question of like, hey, how do I get competent at like interpreting language? You can learn that. It's not that complicated. It's just a bunch of keywords that you learn and a bunch of engine or like language structures, like object-oriented code and variables and functions and all that stuff. Once you learn all the syntax and the structures, then the question becomes, how do I build things? And that good programming is easier to read. That's the thing. I was mentally sharper probably like 4 years ago. There were times when I would sit down on stream and I would thread the most complicated things together over hours and hours and hours, racking my brain for how keeping all the variables in check and like, if I could, like I built an editor and I couldn't press play until like 4 hours after I'd written the editor. And I felt so smart doing it. And like raw brain power, sure, but like that's a terrible way to build anything. Like if you're a good engineer, you make it easy for yourself. You don't have to be smart. You know what I mean? It's just that you need to have the experience to understand when something needs to be complicated or not. And I'm not perfect at it. I'm not great at it. Probably not even good at it. But I've been doing this enough that like I kind of know how to make my life easy for myself at least. That's the trend. Like you start getting easier at making life easier for yourself. You start getting better at making life easier for yourself. You don't have to like constantly be racking your brain trying to understand what you did 6 months ago. That should be an occurrence that happens less over time. And a lot of it is just pattern recognition. So, yeah, exactly. You do settle into a style for sure. Like I like events. I like them. I like using event patterns. I do it a lot. Events and callbacks. It just feels good. I don't do multi-threading. I just don't know how to do it. I don't use it. Awaits and coroutines. Like I don't use that much. I like state patterns. I like, FSMs. I like state hierarchies a lot. I like action queues. There's just like things that you don't need in games. Some games need them more than others, but like I like to use them because they've solved the problems that I have. So I'm familiar with using them. I don't use a lot of inheritance. I use a lot of composition, although I still have inheritance. I tend not to use tuples like I just did here. I tend not to do that. Usually I use structs, but in this case, if it's just 2, it feels okay. It's just stuff like that, you know. And I'm very literal when I type. A lot of people are much more shorthand driven than I am. I like to be pretty verbose with my variables. Yeah, it's just how I am. All right. I don't use service patterns. A lot of people do that. So I still want to know like if this will trigger. That's what I want. I want to be able to say, or like in my interactable class, there's onTrigger.invoke. Yeah, so this has on player enter. Oof. Oh, horrible. Run. See this. I used to do a lot of send message. So this compared to dictionaries. This tuple setup, all it's doing is saying, sorry. This is saying I have a list of like an ad hoc object that has 2 objects inside of it. That's it. I don't need to, like, a dictionary is like one to many. It's like you have a bunch of records with values, but a dictionary is more of like a data structure for like access. So it's like, hey, like I have, this is the key and this is the value. And I'm only going to have one of these, and these unique, so these need to be unique. And then this is just some value that's assigned to that. You probably could do that with the dictionary, what I was doing, but these didn't need to be unique. They were just strings. So it's more like I don't need these to be key values. I just need these to be 2 values that are stuck together. It's not a key value pair. I mean, you could use key value pairs as well. This, I could have just said a list of key value pair, like this. Same thing. That would have worked just the same. It's just that I would have had to add a new key value pair every time. Same exact code. But this way, I don't need to describe specifically that it's a key value pair. I just say, hey, this is like a little like package, a little bundle that's got a string and a bool on it. And it's a list of those. So when I go over here, it's the way that the pattern works is you have item.1, .item1 and .item2 for the bundles. Yeah, these don't need to be unique at all. It's just a list of stuff. And the stuff is little bundles of strings and bools. And the point of that is like, at this point, I don't need, all this is doing is rendering some text and some lights. That's all this is doing. So when I run this, I just need to see these. These get passed. The display doesn't know about anything. The display just displays the lights and the text. But the player that sent the data to the display, it knows everything. So I'm sort of trying to so that I could just have this function, draw light, which just worries about rendering the info. The thing that packages up all the reasons does that here. And I thought it would be nice because there might be other times where I want to use that pattern with the light. And I don't want to have to bake how many lights there are in that package. Before I started with the struct, I was like struct flag reasons, and there was exactly 4. And I was like, well, that locks me into like naming them, how many there are, blah, blah. Here, it's just like, I'm just going to give you a bunch of strings and bools, and then you can render them. So it was just, I went like, as I was building it, I went through like 3 solutions before I got to this one. And this just made sense in the moment. It's not perfect. It's the first time I've ever done this before, like this, but it seemed reasonable to me. You could even, if you really wanted to, you could do this. Watch this. If you really wanted to be funky, you could do this. It's even going to say even faster. You want me to remove these? That's pretty sexy. So we're instantiating it in the return value. And now we don't need to do the dot add. And we don't need to wrap it. Pretty good. I would probably still pull these out into their own booleans. Like I'm kind of like, this has requirements is really good. This with the 2 things inside of the 1 check is not my favorite, nor is this. So it would be like bool exhausted, like not exhausted, but the not is annoying. So sometimes I'll just let it go with just 2. Anyway, so let's go back to what we were doing. I need this thing of like, you are in the interaction queue. So engine, I don't have, and this is really annoying for me, I don't have a peak operation for this interactables list because it's literally a stack, and stack doesn't have peak. Oh, it has peak, but sorry, it doesn't have, you can't check if it contains. Wait, yes you can. Oh, that's fine then. I thought you couldn't do that. But I think contains pops a bunch and then pushes them back down. I think it's destructive, but it's okay. Not destructive, but it uses memory. All right, so There you go. Cool. So now that we've saved all that, I can push this, updates diagnostics for sequence player. And then I can push that, and then I can go over to chapter 1 edits, and I can merge this into this. And then we can, what can we do? All of this, we want to resolve using chapter 1 edits. Discard that. Yep. Commit that. And then we're over here in chapter 1 edits. Now we can solve the problem. Whoop, close you. Now we can solve the problem of why our cutscene wasn't playing. I don't need to do a bunch of debug logs. Yucky. So, Martin Bridge sequence. There we go. That makes it so much easier for me. Now I just know everything's fine. I'm in position, but we don't have the requirements for it. See? That's great. Okay. There is one more thing I'd like to add though. Well, I guess I could go look for the requirements, but I'd love to know like the specific requirement. Because does not have requirements. Well, we can just go and check what the requirements are. The requirement is that we have met Harriet. That we haven't met Harriet. I don't think we need that anymore. See, I wouldn't have even thought to look there. We added that halfway through recently, but that's all good now. So now it'll just play. Yay! Why is my blue line not appearing? I really wish that I didn't have to like constantly update these. I wish I could ignore them. Let's go back over to development. Let's discard all of that. In fact, no, let's stage that. And then that's all fine. Okay, then we'll go over to the, what did I want to do? There was something that I wanted to do just about this. Oh, I wanted to show the blue line. So let's go back over to development. To sequence player editor, and then progress bar, fill amount, playing, if director is not null, if playing, oh, okay, no, that should be working just fine. We don't need to change that. It's just that if we don't have a playable director, when we play this. Oh, that looks pretty good. Okay. Let's go out of here. Back to chapter 1 edits. Yeah. Yeah, I want to keep these changes. Back to development. So isn't does not meet requirements more accurate? I could totally see that does not have requirements having like the opposite meaning. Huh? Well, the requirements are flags and you either have the flags or you don't. Meet is a bit more, it's not as specific in this context. Have requirements is like it's like a literally like we have them in the save file. So player is free, player is busy. Why did that? Oh yeah, because of this. What the hell? Hey, fractals. Someone asked a question and I missed it. No, I think I didn't miss it. All right, I'll come back to that another time. Perfect is the enemy of good, and we need to be good right now. Okay, from the top. We are in chapter 1 edits right now. We don't want there to be a condition to play this. It's so weird. I must have done something for that. Oh, no. It went away? The dialogue that I wrote? I might have misunderstood how that was going to merge. Looks like it's not. Okay. And now? Cool. Better. Okay. So I would say, like, technically I use AI a lot because I use the tab feature in this. Most of the time, it's just that it's so valuable to have it be guessing the thing that I'm about to say before I'm about to say it. So often I'm like, I know there's only one valid, like the next 3 lines of code, there's only one set of code that's going to fit in that 3 lines. And I could either write it myself or it could just write it for me. Like, and all I'm doing is the visual pattern recognition to know that, yep, that's what I was going to say. Tab. It just saves me so many keystrokes, you know? I tend to fight with it a lot when I'm letting it do that. When a function is empty, I'll let it try, but oftentimes I'll just write. It depends. There's difference. If it's like if you start writing like collider dot something and it's just the last little bit, sometimes that will be okay. That's like that's like IntelliSense or whatever, or sharper. But if it's like multiple lines of code, that's AI. Like if it's just fields that it's repopulating, like player dot, like this is not AI. That's just the language server. But that's AI. Or like, yeah. Anyway. So now we go over here, and what should happen? Now this should be this way. Yes. But you shouldn't be able to do that. JetBrains Writer. I mean, all IDEs will, for most languages, will have what's called a language server that can look at the fields that exist on the thing and show them to you in a list like that. But if it's showing you multiple lines of code that you could write, that's not just like that's not that. That's AI. That's like GPT or Claude or whatever. I don't know why that's so slow to zoom out. It's not generally. So then we want to add a collider on both sides of that. just a second one. Spikes. I mean, they shouldn't look attractive. It shouldn't look like that you want to jump down them. Yeah, I really don't know what that is. It does, the graphics do slow down significantly. Oh, it's the render texture. It's the post-processing filter doing the buffering as the resolution changes. It's like, what resolution should this render texture be? Every frame, let's make a new render texture and change the size of it. Oh, I guess I can't have that, can I? Cool. All right. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff I can do. I might still figure it out, but anyway. So then, these guys are just gone for now. That's fine too. Okay, so you come out of here. I think I'm concerned about there was a cutscene that I had, a bridge inspection, Armin Seas Bridge. We could use that here. Oh, it's in this actual space. Sick. Good thing I didn't delete it. Yep. Except that's the bridge there. And the condition interactable is an offset of 0 and placed there. And then there'll be an enemy here that you can use that you just acquired at this here. Cool. All right, that's great. Almost there, almost there. So actually, what we just did was make it so that we don't have this Armin falls down the thing. Let's think about it. Platform, yes. Yes. This is a little bit lost. There needs to be a fight happening between Hugo and the Hunden at the top of this bridge. These two here. Now, they also should be toggled off. Is there a toggle? There is a toggle, but it's currently just completely, there's nothing on it. So this should toggle until, there's the condition there. Hugo Hunden cutscene has a toggle. Oh, and the condition's inside of this. And it's done that and not done that. And let's keep it like that. So at the start, yeah, we haven't got a rise. Then we want to be able to do this and get a rise. I don't know when you want to see that cutscene, before or after. I think before. I don't know whether it's going to have more dramatic tension or less. To have Armin look up as he enters the space. Maybe that would be the way to go. You do it as you walk in. And then you come here and you do this. Yeah, I think that works. So now what we need to do is take this, say charge crucible, charge unlocked. Okay. No way to interact with this though. Did I screw up? Oh, that's why. Hello. What is the airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow? An African swallow or a European swallow? Oh, I don't know. Oh, that's weird. Is it because we don't have a door? No? It should be fine. Now what? Oh, these things don't have Armin pointed to them. That's why. This needs to validate timeline data. And then you go bap, bap, and now it does have Armin. And then you try again. I don't know why that's broken. What the hell? Okay, so there's a problem here. Is he attached? Nope. But I don't think he needs to be. There's nothing here about him. I don't use either because I'm using Unity's internal render pipeline. I think OpenGL is easier, but I can't tell you for sure. I mean, that should all work. Using Unity over Unreal Engine? Yeah. I'm making a pixel art game. What do I need Unreal Engine for? I want to take back that thing I just changed. Why is this failing me? I don't know what that is. Looks like nothing's really wrong. It just doesn't know what to do next. That's all fine. And then we go to here. Then we go to here. Does this end up playing? And then this happens. What if I literally just dismiss this right now? Nope. Ah, that's really annoying. It's trying to play it. It's trying to. What is wrong with this? We don't even get that far. Because characters is null? Or is target null? There is no target. Okay, let's go back up here. To the playback module, to the playback controls, to the dialogue inspector. There we go. So, yeah, what was supposed to happen here? I'm not actually sure. It just stops. It feels like this is supposed to listen to some callback that says, hey, I'm going to play this now. Did I forget to plug something in? Hello.
Hello.
Hey, what's going on?
Just about tonight.
Yeah.
Someone's coming over at 6:30ish.
Okay.
That someone wants to use our kitchen.
Okay, I'll have to do a bit of cleanup.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna clean up now the other parts of the disaster.
All right.
Of how we live.
No problem. Don't worry so much. You're okay. All right. Dot. What the? Okay. I've clearly written this poorly because I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Does this work? Does this no longer work anywhere else? Or does it work somewhere else? It's kind of late on Friday. My brain's not really able to process it. This is pre-charge unlocked. Okay, that worked just fine. Yeah, sweet. Okay, so then what's different? Equipment tutorial, toggle ensign sequences, toggle normal forge behavior. So it could be that discover workshop ensign. Okay. It's fine. It doesn't do anything, so we can do retriggering. That's fine. That's fine. And then how do we know we can play it? So he says, wow, animation. We have Crucible teleport away sequence. This is living on the teleporter. And that didn't seem to cause any problems when we just run that now. Like, it is strange because teleport away sequence. I don't show the current sequence right now. I just don't show it at all. So this should always show what's current, I think, if something is playing. Sequence player editor. Sequence equals. Okay. So sequence to play. I see. Else, if player.current sequence is not null, play that. Okay. Now this player not in position, this doesn't have, there is an interest here. This one does not have an interactable and does not have a thing. So actually, sequence player editor, this thing down here where we check the playable reasons, if it doesn't have an interaction stack or a collider, bool no interaction equals okay, first we need a bool has collider. We need a collider 2D. I think we don't need it to say box collider, although I do use boxes everywhere. Now we can't do our little cheat. Okay, that'll work. There we go. So that's really cool. That works just fine. Let's go now check back over on the other side. So this is our forge, which has a teleporter somewhere, which has a teleport away sequence. Okay, so that actually got to the point where we tried to play it, and then something happened. Something happened. The playable asset didn't get triggered somehow. I don't know what's going on there. Try one more time. Yeah, it's like ready to go. Just for some reason just didn't want to play. It even, you guys can't see this, but this it actually went away when I pressed that button. So it's all lined up, it's all ready to go. And then it's gone. and it's trying to play, but it's like, hey, I can't do that. So nothing's going to happen because it's kind of, it's expecting there to be a timeline, and the timeline's not there. Why is that? That doesn't seem to happen anywhere else. Genuinely, no idea. It's just completely at a loss. So inside of the toggle ensign sequences, normal forge behavior, that's fine. What's the sequence for starting this? If I go to teleporter, intro sequence, this is here. Not the intro sequence. What am I looking for? This interactable. Switch sequence. Dude, I'm so fried today. Right now. The forge has an interest. The interest has use forge, fast travel. Those are prompts. What is the thing? What is the object that I used to get here? What the hell? This thing, this thing, this thing, this. Okay. So this plays. All good. No issues. When we go to the timeline for this, we get all the way to here, which is perfect. It's awesome. That takes us to this, which takes us to this. This is trying to play. But for some reason, the playable director's gone. Like, that's supposed to happen. Why does the playable director disappear? It's weird because it works elsewhere. That's what bugs me about it. This is unnecessary. But it just clearly doesn't... It's just unbinding itself, this part here. I guess I need to figure out why it's doing that. That's the only time I think I referenced that. What? Timeline features? Where does this live? Timeline features. I don't know where this lives. Does this live on sequence player? Okay. Play director. Player.currentSequence.timeline. Okay. And then this says so this is playing director with timeline asset, and this is setting playable asset for director. Let's see what the hell happens. None of those things happen. Unless I caused an error, which means it didn't compile. Ah. That's why. Yeah. Yeah. And yet nothing. Playing director, crucible, teleport, away sequence. That's this one. What the hell? I genuinely don't know what's happening. There's only 2 places where I ever set the asset. And in both of those cases, I'm not setting it at all in one case, and I'm setting it to the correct thing in the other case. Why is it getting set to null? There's going to be something really dumb that I did that I have no idea. I'll have no idea how it happened. I mean, it's right here. I just don't know. I'm just lost. That's really annoying. What happens is let me just check one thing. Okay. The game says, hey, sequence instance, time to tell your sequence player to play this asset. Okay, that's the first thing. The sequence player has an asset that has a timeline on it. So the timeline is there with all the animation data, along with the dialogue. So the dialogue is in the sequence, and then the animation is in the timeline, 2 different places, held under the sequence asset. So it says, okay, time for you, sequence player, to play your sequence, which has this timeline asset on it that we just looked at, this one here, on this playable director. So the playable director says, hey, I just got given this sequence, and it's time for me to play that sequence because I got told to. And this is the playable, the timeline. So the director gets given the timeline and it starts to play. That's what should happen. Like, no problem. If I make this none, it should still do it no matter what. It should still like get handed the correct asset. Right now, it's not being given the correct asset. So if we go to sequence instance, director.playable asset is right here. Setting timeline. Hey, Astavorix. I'm doing okay. It didn't do that, but it should. Oh, hang on a second. Ah. With this sequence. Right? Yeah. Okay. Well, let's have a look. No, look. Entering sequence state. Crucible, teleport away sequence. Default. On player, Crucible, teleport away sequence default. With timeline, Crucible, teleport away. So everything is ready to go. Everything is all lined up. And it's good to go. And then it tries to begin the sequence. So we're getting to this point here. I mean, we know that's the case because we see this blue play button. So then it's like, okay, current sequence is this. Set up basic actor objects, set up dialogue pins. There's going to be a director part here. Set up dialogue engine, attach director. Clean up director. Sequence instance equals player.find sequence instance. I don't know why I need to do that. If instance is not null, bind sequence player, which says, hey, let's set all the bindings. I don't know why I need to do that. Playable director equals instance.director. Player.director. This director is the instances director. The instances director should be get component playable director. So that is correct. It's on this component. So far so good. I'm struggling to see how this could go wrong. Especially because it goes right in the other scene. If we have director and current sequence dot timeline is not null, and hold up director, play director. Let's try this one. So debug dot log playing timeline for sequence blah with timeline that. Although we never actually force it to do that. Player current sequence dot timeline. I mean, it's literally right there. We can even just say debug.log playing directly with timeline. Yeah, dude. It's right there. Playing directed with timeline. The correct one. But it's still not here. No, those are two, I mean, they're two different players. So they can actually be happening simultaneously. They're actually designed to play simultaneously because they're nested. So one sequence is nested inside of the other. There's no like overriding or like anything like that. They're separate objects that can play in tandem. I don't know what I could have done to make this disappear, because the playable's right there. This player is the sequence player. Hang on a second. Let's go director.playableAsset.name. Let's try that, because we're not actually reading directly from the asset at that point. Yeah, I mean, it's correct. It's right there. It says we're doing it, and yet we're not. Let's just check for sanity right at the end of the playback. There is no error. It's just not, it seems to just no longer be synced. It's correct. It's just like, see this here? This needs to have this, a timeline attached to it. And the timeline is in the game. The timeline is here. And it says that it's attached when it presses play. So by all accounts, this thing here should be populated. Like, it even says that it did it. Separately, there's all this stuff. Let me just check to see if those errors are happening at the same time. It could be something like that. Yeah, there's no error. Everything's fine. That is nothing. It just apparently has nothing here. Even though it's saying, hey, Crucible, teleport, await, sequence, dash, default timeline. That's the name of this. And this has this stuff in it. I mean, it's all fine. But this timeline data never actually gets, it's never playing. So the cutscene is like stuck because there's nothing to happen. Like, the thing that you press play on isn't loaded in memory right now. It's empty because it got unloaded somehow here, but I'm not unloading it, and nothing is. Like, I wouldn't know what could be happening to make that not work. And if I go over here to like an identical scene where those same components are all plugged in and working the exact same way, like, again, it's not saying there's nothing plugged in. It's saying, hey, we are plugged in and we are being pressed play on, and we're playing. It's all working. That's what's happening. So when I go here and I press this button, this is what we're looking at, right? It says, wow, he does this. this begins this cutscene, which we're looking at here. But look, in this version, populated. It's right there. Armin gets levitated into the air, teleports away, everyone's happy. For some reason, that's not happening in the other scene. I have no idea why. I don't know what I didn't plug in. It could be a Unity thing. Could be. This is the same teleport away sequence in a different scene. So here it is again. Right, here it is. It's playing. So it's not getting hidden. It's fine. It was just fine. And then we go into the other scene. So it works everywhere. It just doesn't work here. Just doesn't work here. And I do not know why. That's it. I'm stumped. I'm just stumped. Well, I don't know what. I honestly couldn't even tell you what kind of problem it could be because there's nothing that seems to be going wrong at all. It's just different behavior. I mean, it's really straightforward stuff. Like it's just, hey, this thing tells this thing to play this thing. The thing is, it's not that behavior is wrong. It's that the behavior is disabled. I mean, maybe we turn it off and on again, but like this thing here, this playable asset, if you make it null, yeah, it's going to stop playing the asset. But I didn't do anything to affect this reference. Does it play on its own? I might be able to force it. That's a good point. So right now, it uns itself immediately, no matter what I do. So if I just force it to play, it just falls off. Okay. What if I add in this and force it to play from the sequence player? Also gone. That's really weird. What if I take away this? This is Crucible teleport away sequence. So if I say no, and then play it, then it's all fine. But that's because it apparently, it says that it doesn't need this anymore. But we want it to need that because that's part of how it works. No, that's the thing. There's no like event for when it changes. It's just a value in the game. Yeah, I am printing. That's what it is. You're seeing it here. This is the value being printed on load. We're seeing it right there. This is on load. We've just started the playback. And this is it telling us what's playing. And it's saying, yep, we're all good. It's so weird. It doesn't even think that it's wrong. What? What? It says it is playing. Dude, what the hell? Am I somehow confused? Are you a different... Oh! Oh! All right. We figured it out. What the hell? You go away. There were duplicates. There was one hidden version of this thing in the scene. And so it was playing it on like a different thing. That is obscure. That sucks. Watch it just work now. Oh my god. It was like grabbing a different hidden version of the object in the scene. Oh boy, that is super annoying. I didn't even think to look there. And it was literally above the object I was looking at. I just thought like, well, it's disabled. It won't show up in the find. There's nothing to worry about. But it was just sitting there dormant, pointed to the wrong thing. But it looked like the right thing because the names were identical. Like it was a clone of the same game object from like an older version of the scene before I merged them. Yeah. Okay, cool. Oh, that I lost like 2 hours. I lost like an hour then to like who knows what. Just nothing. I mean, I'm more just disappointed that I lost that time. Especially because now I actually have less time because we're having guests over that are coming half an hour earlier than they said they were. So I don't even get to do the fun stuff I wanted to do. What do you mean? This isn't socializing. Like this? Oh, you mean people coming over? I mean, I'm not... The social battery does decay pretty quickly. Sweet. Okay. So the game works. That's true. I mean, I'm not. This is the thing. I'm kind of like I'm like an introvert by virtue of just like being probably mildly autistic. Like, it's not that I don't like people. I like people. I don't get tired of them. I grew up in a family of 7. So like, it's more just that a lot of the time I need to be alone. Like Pat, my brother, he needs people. Like he gets like lonely. I don't get lonely. If there's someone like what I'm used to, the kind of like togetherness that I need in my life is like, I just need to know that there are people around me. If there are people around me, like if my wife's in the house, I'm not lonely. Whereas like some people, if they're not getting like physical, like social attention from other people, they get really lonely. So like Pat, he needs to go out and see people and meet his friends and talk about things, and they need to like he needs to be together with people. Whereas for me, I just, as long as I'm in the same room or like in the same house as people, I don't get lonely. And then when there are people around, it's fine. It's not a problem. I do have a limited social battery. Like give me 3 or 4 hours with people and I get tired. But it's more just like having to put my face on kind of thing. It's not actually being around people that's the problem. If I'm in my own space in a crowd of people, I actually love that. I don't get tired of that at all. Like if I'm walking around in this city or like by myself, it's more the social pressure of like meeting other people's social expectations. Like being the person that someone needs me to be because they're my friend, or because like whatever, this my wife's friend. That can tire me out. If it's like right now, I would prefer to be playing like whatever, a game on my phone, but I can't because I have to be talking to this person. Sure, I get tired of that. Or like if I'm feeling anxious, this is feeling pretty good. Whoop. 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 Fun. I think this could be a bigger gap. Now that you've got the fire ability, it's like, just go for it. It's not even that hard. So the only thing I wanted to do then was actually make it, I want you to be able to get up into it. Like I need like I want like a physical thing here so that when the bridge is open, I need to create a save file for this. I think I can actually force the bridge open. Hey, short. Yeah. So this just needs to be disengaged. Can I not force that? Oh, okay. Oh, that's crazy. I should have a button that lets me force it into a state. That's what these should do, but it's not doing it right now. Okay. So these conditions, they are correct. It's more just that I need to set up the logic. So actually these two I didn't want here, did I? I want to move them. So Hugo, this is getting copied. Save that. It was really annoying, short. Yeah, and then paste these two here. I'm guessing I'll put them up here. That's pretty. That's where he used to be, actually, Hugo. Used to meet him up there. Okay, so now this guy, he's actually fine where he is, but I don't think I want this door here anymore. I want you to be able to, like, literally climb up this. What would I need to do that? Well, oh, this guy shouldn't be here. What's he doing up there? He could be... I know why I had him there. It's going to be hard to put him anywhere else. He's okay there. And I think I want to remove this altogether and move the mechanism somewhere else. But even the idea of there being a mechanism here is not great. But that I want to be able to grab onto something up there. It's just that, like, well, if you could jump up it, why wouldn't you jump down it? From above? So maybe it just needs to be like a... Maybe this is one of those things where it needs to be retracted all the way. Or maybe these need to have like a climbable wall on the bottom of them. just like a bit of geometry that you could climb up. It's just hard because it's going to be what? How long? Like, there's no easy way to like thrust you all the way up there, but that would be the goal. The goal would be I don't need to cross the bridge because I have all this power. Or actually, no, maybe I just make this simple. I just let you go up this way and then you jump across. Yeah, I think that's what I wanted to do. I'll just do it this way. It's, for now, let's simplify the whole thing. Little challenging that this is there. We would need to move this all over by some amount. Not so bad, but the thing is, we've got this top left door. As we enter, we're going to be here. And then that bridge being there is a little awkward. But again, not the end of the world. We can figure it out. Okay, let's just say we get here. And then we're going to go up there, up. And then... oh, these guys aren't supposed to be here anymore. So let's just do that now. Let's just figure everything out. So Hugo and Hunden go away. There's actually also a boss fight. These two things. Whoops. You. And then... the mini boss container, which contains the arena. That needs to be over here as well. And that's going to have lost a reference at this point. Hey, Sergo. And then this requires, not Hugo, Hunden. Okay, that should be all right. Now, coming back here. No worries, short. Okay, so what's next? This guy is, it's kind of, well, that can't be like that. Straight up. This should also be blocked off. Let's also do a quick save file where this stuff actually can make sense. So here, we're going to go to... there's like an arise... is there not an arise one? No. Okay, charge unlocked is where we start. We're going to do this crucible really quickly. And then we're going to make a new save file. Okay, so charge unlocked. We're now going to copy this one. Paste it. Call this one Arise Unlocked. Pull progress from the game. Save it. Close it. Go to the engine. Go to here. And go Arise Unlocked. Yay, it worked. So now we can actually test this as we would at this point in the game. Huh. Okay, so at this point in the game, the bridge sequence has a box collider. It does not have an interactable. So then what is that? What is playing this right now? This is the bridge sequence. Well, there should be a toggle that turns this off later. Or even just like this whole thing should toggle off if you've done the sequence. In fact, we got new tools. We can check. My tools. Has requirements not exhausted by save file. Okay, so the Martin bridge sequence. This flag mustn't be in our current save file. And now it is. Yay. So there is this, which we don't want to happen this way. Well, it didn't do anything anyway. That's good. Let's go get our little hedgehog back. Bump, bump, bump. And you, bump. We'll need another thingo, but whatever. We can just do that. And then we get to here, and this blockade should not be there. So let's have a look at the bridge sequence. Or the bridge itself. And then the blockade. This condition needs to be visible if we have done the sequence and we haven't reached the bridge mechanism. Now, that's changed to and arise is false. So now that we have arise, when we come up here, 1, 2, 3, come all the way to the top, now we should be able to run across this. Except not quite. Wait, is it a different blockade that doesn't... Ah, okay. Both blockades need to have the same condition. That needs to be like that. That goes away. That's there. That's there. Save it. Go. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum, bum. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-bum. Okay, now we can go wump, bump, bump. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's a big punishment if you fail that jump. That's a really big punishment. Also, you won't even have that ability up here. You'll probably have to have this ability, which means you're gonna go bump, bump, bump. If you if you want to be a real G. Wow, I'm not even able to do it perfectly. 1, 2, 3. Also, the bridge is off center. I might just bring in the geometry a little. One more. Okay, so I want to push. I think I want the whole bridge to be at least this part of the bridge. This part here, it needs to be further over to the right. For some reason, I don't know why it needs that. It's just not. Actually, that's pretty good. I think maybe I just have to move this back and like this forward. The gap's not great. I need to bring the bridge closer together. All right, let's see if I can do this. I think I can do it. I don't think it's that hard. Like, I think that's centered. And then I think that's supposed to roll back when I do that. The rail has 1 and then 2. And then how do I know when it goes back? Does this just move back like that? Wow, okay. Let's just check this. I gotta go in a sec. This is actually gonna break. I made a mistake. Let's just see if it works at all. No. No. It's... This also needs to be here. No? You know like me? Ah, not this. This? Yay, there we go. Okay, so it's even for sure. And then max distance is the value that we want to fix. This is the 2, that 2 value. If I bring this all the way to the back, I mean, I think that's okay. I would prefer to not have the terrain there. Maybe I'll just bring the left side forward up to like that point. That's like a -192, and then do the same thing here, 1.92. And then this value is 1.92, maybe. So then when I do this, no, it's too much. 1.5, 6, 7, 8, 9. But then this value is wrong. Is that because the box collider and the bridge sprite at 0, those should be fine. So then what do I do? What do I do? Because this is just gonna do that no matter what. I guess I changed the sprite. That doesn't seem right. We could wrap it in another object called rail container or something. Or maybe it's the pivot that's changing. Yeah. So, I mean, could move the pivot. I think we do it in a container. And then we offset this inside of the container to like that point, to -5. Same thing here, 0.5, negative. Okay. And then this, instead of bridge rail, it's rail container. Well, that's annoying. What the hell did I just do? Okay, well, what the hell? Left side rail container, right side rail container. Left side 0, right side 0, 1.92, negative 1.92, container, container. Okay, max distance goes, this is the max, this goes back. Nope. What have I done here, man? What the hell have I done? Oh, I gotta push this back until it meets the middle. Ah, there we go. So negative 4.3. Oh, 4.2 is what I had it at. And then here, here, this goes forward to there. This was 1.92. Perfect. But I don't want to go all the way to 92. I want to go like right around there. 1.5. Perfect. Okay, that's good. And then we're going to take these blockades, and I think they need to be more evenly distributed. Hey, Multic. It's free. Yeah. You can also, inside of Unity, you can use it as well. Inside of Ace Sprite, sorry. So I use this thing called Ace Brush. If you go to my Discord, you can find it there under General. If you go to the pinned messages, it's here. Ace Brush. In the pins, in General, it's there. But also, Ace Sprite has keyboard shortcuts for drag. This here. There is a way to make it so that you can use the drag values for the brush size. Pretty sure. Oh, it was right there. This. So change brush size, drag to the right to increment. So you can do it inside of Ace Sprite as well. Okay, these blockades. Oh, I really gotta go. This here needs to be 1.4, 1.5, 6, and then this needs to be 1.6. And they are the same. Close enough. That means that the bridge can be a little bit more even. Cool. Save it, run it, go. Okay, now you can jump across that, no problem. Great. Okay. Everything's good. I gotta go. Thanks, pals. Let's find someone to raid and get out of here. Maybe Timbo Day. Thanks, it was a pleasure. If you like my content, you should definitely wishlist Insignia. If you haven't already, please wishlist Insignia on Steam. If you're a real one, if you're not a real one, maybe you could trick us by wishlisting anyway, and we'll think that you are. All right, that's the stream, pals. This was a pleasure. I'll catch you on Monday. Pretty sure I'm free. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Till next time.